success of the current session and discussion. Please feel free to jump in, engage, ask questions, and share your perspectives throughout the session. So our program is designed in a way to encourage dialogue and exchange of ideas. So I encourage everyone to take this opportunity to connect, learn, and grow together. Okay, so I have a question. Any of our speakers can maybe can talk as per their experience, especially like Amrita has been to Afghanistan. She has been working with with Afghan colleagues in different ways. I'm sure Niti has similar experience. Anyone from our audience can also jump in. So can anybody like as per your experience, or if you are connected and fellows in Afghanistan, talk like what is the current situation of situation regarding the Afghan women's access to technology and education, given the recent restrictions such as bans on education and limited internet access. So I would like anyone, you're most welcome. Anyone of you can talk about it. So are you going first, Amrita? Thank you. Okay, over to you, Amrita.
Sadly, I think this is something which all of us would agree upon, is that the current situation is not at all great. When women cannot get access to education, to their own, they don't have their rights, right to even internet or ICT. It is not a very healthy situation, considering, women play a critical role even in families to nurture the next generation. So it's not only for the for their own personal benefit. Even children who study also need, if they have educated mothers, well educated, etc., it helps to nurture the family and bring them up. Forget about rights. Rights are abused. If you will not allow a woman to study, will not allow a woman to even access technology, I think it's a sad state of affairs. It would not even help any country for that matter, because 40%, I guess, would be women, even in that population. So 40% people would be left behind. If use technology, because internet and digital has become a thing on which every country is economic. So do I continue speaking or? Okay. So I think if you want the economically also for a country to benefit, you will have to allow every gender to have equal access to education, ICT, and opportunities. I think there is a different.
Amrita, can you we swap the mic, please?
They have wrong people in the room.
Yes, yes.
It's Hadia who's speaking, but Hadia is not a speaker here.
I think you change your channel. Channel 4. Channel 4.
Okay. How is it? Oh,
Channel 4? You're on channel 4 now?
I don't know. Yeah, yeah. I mean, so I think that is important. So I guess there were some questions you had in what can be done. I think if we could have the online speakers participating, they know more than us. We are observers, but they have faced it. They are trying to do a lot of things. It would be really good if we could actually have those voices heard. Unfortunately, we are not being as inclusive as possible and in this session. So yes, I guess that's from me at this point of time. Niti, do you want to add something to it? Okay, I think I'll pass it on to Omar to speak, because we are not getting the other people.
Thank you very much. Before I jump to the next speakers, I would like to invite Sonali as well to one of as speakers. If you could please come over, and you're very welcome to join us here. Okay. So, okay, Lema John, can you please unmute yourself and talk? So we want to make sure you're audible.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, very clear, very clear. What about our voice? Is it okay with you guys?
Unfortunately, we are not able to hear you at all. It's very like it's breaking a lot, and it's very low. So we are unfortunately not able to hear you. But I'm happy
Oh.
that you can hear us.
Yeah, you're very clear. I want to make sure with this with Sajia and Jala. Are you experiencing the same as Lema said? Uh,
Exactly, it's the same. It's difficult to hear you guys there.
I would request my technical team to resolve this issue as well. So then we will be jumping to the to you guys. Okay. So welcome, Sural. Happy to have you here. So let's give this opportunity to you to first introduce yourself and talk a little bit more about yourself and the question I raised about the current situation of Afghan women despite the current restrictions on the education and access to the internet. Over to you.
Hello. So I hope everybody can hear me. Yes. So my name is Sonal Zaveri, and I'm the Jessie advisor to the APNIC Foundation that Neeti just talked about and the work that they do. So APNIC Foundation is deeply committed to its work on both gender equality and social inclusion. And so with my background in gender and evaluation, perhaps there is something that I could shed some light on what is happening in Afghanistan. I've had the opportunity to work on gender with a number of multilaterals in Afghanistan in the past. And perhaps one of the parallels that we could take for the situation that's happening today was perhaps during the time of COVID, when there was a moratorium on physical access to education, and what were some of the challenges that were faced and some of the solutions that we were able to find. And from the work that I've done in that country, what is critical to address is, of course, the connectivity, to making sure that the last mile is available, and of course, to have the devices and the digital learning in the languages that is suitable for education. But beyond that, it's also very important to work on the social norms. So without addressing the social norms, what we found out that the uptake for the tools and for the curriculum that was provided was minimal. But there are ways in which to get around that. And some of those ways are to have a strategy to address the social norms within the families, within the communities, with religious leaders, with community elders. And once you're able to do that, there is a lot of buy-in for girls and women to access education. And I think we also have to understand what is access. So access is not merely infrastructure. Access is also able to use the device. And often you will know that in many of these communities, and I think as in Afghanistan, in many of the situations in other countries where you have vulnerable populations, the problem is that a device is often a family device. It's not necessarily a woman's device. It's not necessarily exclusively for women and girls for their education. So having understood that access to a device is very much connected to what are the cultural norms in that community, the sort of device that's available. If you do have a device, it may not be a smartphone, and so you're not able to take the complete benefit of whatever digital tools and curriculum that you've developed. So what we found is that community spaces, often some people call them safe spaces. So places where women and girls are able to go and to learn is critically important. Otherwise, because of the social norms, the gender norms, their responsibilities for the care, for domestic chores, takes them away from a concerted effort to spend time on their education. So I think when we look at Afghanistan today in the development and conflict emergency nexus, we have lessons learned for many other countries around the world on how to use these digital tools so that we are able to promote education and ensure that all girls will benefit from that. So I'm happy to take questions if you would like to know more about the safe spaces and community engagement, but I'm going to stop here and see if we can get our online participants to talk a little bit more about the situation right now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You've pointed very tangible things, issues, and problems currently, like Afghan women will facing. So I will come again on this thing that you have mentioned. So before that, I will like to make sure if our remote speakers are audible and also they can hear us well. Over to you, Lema. First, because Lema is my co-moderator and she'll be doing the remote moderation. I will give the floor to Lema to introduce herself and then give the floor to the next speaker. Over to you, Lema.
Hi, Rayur, and hello, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me, but unfortunately, we are struggling to hear you. But as long as you can hear me, I'll go ahead and
You're
start
audible.
speaking. But okay, thank you. So thank you so much for joining us. And my name is Lima Madoumi. I am a research and teaching assistant at the University of Geneva. My background is in technology. I had been working in technology for past almost 10 years. I was a fellow of the Internet Governance Forum. In addition to that, I have worked for a very long time in Afghanistan with Omar and with everyone there in different technological sections, especially for women in technology. So yeah, I'm really happy to be here and will be and helping as a co-moderator. Please let me know if there is anything and I will be informing you about any messages in chat or anything out here. So Jala and Sajia is here with us, or here with us. Unfortunately, Farzana will be not able, she will be not able to join us. I am hoping that Maria Bibi will be joining us soon. So back to you, Ghayur.
Thank you very much, Lema. Happy to have you. Okay, over to you, Ujala to introduce yourself and talk a little bit about yourself. Over to you.
Do you hear me?
Very well.
Okay, hi everyone. It's nice to virtually meet you. My name is Jola Sarmes. I'm based in Singapore. I currently work with a chemical technology / manufacturing facility in Singapore and in Canada. My background is very heavily in the hard sciences, specifically chemistry, and also media. I studied at Yale and US College, where I earned my Bachelor of Science with honors. And aside from that, I am a musician. I'm an athlete with the Afghanistan's national women's cycling team that was also nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize in 2016. And then aside from all of these things, I work with a big group of Afghan students every year, especially those that try to get access to educational opportunities outside of Afghanistan. So that is something that is very close to my heart because it's an experience that I've gone through applying to universities to try to get a good education. And so that's something that's very important to me. And then with my work with media, we constantly try to work on digital learning campaigns and digital sort of educational platforms for Afghan women, Afghan youth, Afghan people in general in Afghanistan. So I'd be diving a little bit more deeper into that with the questions. Anyhow, that's it in a nutshell. It's very nice to meet all of you.
Thank you very much. Very inspiring, Jala. Over to you, Sajid.
Thank you, Rayjon. Thank you, Lemajan. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sajia Yarmal, and I'm based in Germany. I'm originally from Afghanistan, unfortunately, a country where nowadays, under the Taliban regime, being a woman feels like a crime. It's true, women in my country face endless restriction. We cannot speak freely, make our own decisions, or even choose where to go or what to do. But here I stand grateful for the opportunity, at least in this moment and in this space, to raise my voice and shed light on these critical issues facing Afghan women, especially their access to digital resources and opportunities for education in these difficult times. For me, actually, it doesn't matter if you know my personal background. What matters is that we are gathered here to talk about the women of my country, women who are suffering every day under oppression, their voice is silent and their dreams stolen. For these women, the only glimmer of hope is that we, as a woman from all around the world, stand united, discuss their struggles, propose solutions, and also follow up with the international community to ensure that even not a single woman is silent, excluded, or denied for her most basic rights. Thank you. So this is my introduction for today's session.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sajah. Happy to have you in the panel. So, my first question was regarding the current situation of Afghan women, specifically in access to technology and education, given the recent restrictions. So, I would like to hear yours and Jala's views on this, because you're Afghan and you have been probably experienced or connected with families, friends there. So, Sajid, what's like your findings on the current situation of Afghan women and access to technology and education, considering the current restrictions on women?
Thanks, Gail, for the question. Let me give you all some context in this regard. So, since the Taliban took power in Afghanistan in August 2021, Afghanistan has been in a deep crisis, especially for women and girls. The Taliban's policies have pushed women out of public life. Girls are banned from schools, women cannot go to university, they cannot work, even they cannot go to public parks or baths. So these restrictions or these restrictions isolated somehow women and destroy the progress we worked so hard to achieve. The restrictions keep every day increasing, leaving women without hope or opportunities. For nearly 3 years now, Afghan women have been faced to stay at home like prisoners in their own houses. In this difficult situation, access to digital tools and the internet has become a lifeline for many Afghan women. The internet can open doors to education, jobs, and even a way to raise their voices. But political restrictions and Taliban policies have made these access even harder, this increasing inequality and silencing women even more. I think one major problem is the Taliban's control over the internet. In many places, there is no internet at all, and in the areas where there is internet, the Taliban censor content, making it impossible to access educational programs, news, or global platforms. They also mentor online activities, so women fear being tracked or somehow punished for breaking the Taliban's strict rule. As a result, women are not restricted physically, but also they are digitally trapped. I think the second problem or challenge is Afghanistan economic collapse. Smartphones, computers, the internet services are too expensive for most of families, especially for women who depended on male members, family members for financial support. This makes access even harder. When families have limited resources, they cannot prioritize. They cannot. Uh, um, Sorry, guys, John. You hear me?
Yes, yes, you're audible.
Hello?
You're audible, Sajid. We can hear you.
I'm hearing you guys very hard, but still, I will continue my presentation or my speech.
Yeah, please continue.
Anyhow, so as I mentioned, when the families have limited resources, they often prioritize boys and men over women and girls for internet access and devices. The last but not least, now let's focus on the biggest barriers, which is education. We all know education is the key to using technology, but Afghan girls are banned from schools and universities. This means millions of Afghan women and girls cannot learn the basic skills needed to use technology. And without schools and or higher education, they lose the chance to connect with the digital world and access the opportunities it offers. I think the impact of this restriction is devastating. Online education could give Afghan
examples, real life examples of how boys could access but girls could not. And the whole problem of domestic responsibilities and care, which hinder girls and women even when they have access to devices, even when they have the tools, digital tools, they will not be able to make full use of them because of these problems. Their time is divided. But what I wanted to talk about, a very important aspect, is mobility. There is so much restriction on the mobility of women, where they go, what they do. And that is one of the opportunities of having internet and the digital access in order to be able to go beyond it. Now, as you mentioned, one of the problems is to have the connectivity. And in order for women to manage the connectivity, to have the space and the time to spend on themselves and to have that education, we have found that having community spaces, community engagement, and safe spaces for girls to come to provides the best opportunity for them to learn. What does that mean? The community buy-in of religious leaders, of elders, of men in the community, in the family, is absolutely essential. Having got that trust and confidence, you are able to provide the space for women and girls to come to these spaces to learn. And you know, the change that happens is quite spectacular in the sense that girls and women understand that there is a whole world outside. Their little homes and their little communities that they are working in, and that they can learn and achieve a great deal. Many of them, because of what they've learned, have been able to help their families economically as well. Now, these opportunities are then appreciated, but we need to understand that we have to place some foundational blocks within the social norm space, the gender equal space, in order for digital access and internet connectivity. It cannot happen without it, and that's what I wanted to stress. There's one more thing I want to say before I give up the mic, is that there are many ways of intervening in this. So we talk about the micro spaces, so the community spaces. We talk a little bit about the meso, so talking about, hopefully getting some sort of a buy-in from the government or other systems and institutions, religious institutions, very, very important to do so. But what about the global community? I think we have a tremendous responsibility, forums such as this, others, to advocate for women's rights to education, for Afghan women and what they're facing to. Is the voice loud enough? Are we doing enough? And it's not just women having to talk about it. And I'm really happy to see that we have men and women in this room advocating for Afghan women's rights. But we need to have a much louder voice in the international forums that we go to and who do have a clout in order to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sonal. Thank you for sharing experience on these kind of solutions. So building the community-based spaces for women. I would like to, yes, sure. You can't hear, or you have a? Perfect. So we have a question from one of our audience to one of our remote speaker, right? Over to you.
I forgot the lady from Afghanistan's name, but my question is directed to her. My name is Barata Mbeya from South Africa, and I work with women and girls. And after you gave your speech, I thought of one question I wanted to find out. So once women are empowered and you've done what you've done, what's next for a woman in Afghanistan? Are they able to start a business? Are they able to get a job? What does that empowerment means? What it means to have a woman's voice, besides the security issues? From a family point of view, does it change the scenario for them internally in their families? Do they get respect or what?
Can I ask who that question is addressed to? Is it me or is it in-person speaker?
Question to Jala, or Jala is willing to answer your question.
Wait, was
We
that
can give
directly
the
to me?
space to both
I
of
don't
you.
want it to
Let's
interrupt.
yeah, let's give the space to you first, Jala. You can share your
Oh, I'm
experience.
sorry. I thought
You
the
what?
question was kind of addressed to me anyhow.
Okay. To which
Okay.
of? Okay, Sajia.
I
So the
think,
question refers to Sajia.
yeah, Sajia, go ahead.
Thank you, Lema John, and thanks for asking the questions. I think this is a good point. Let me explain this from my own experience. I'm about 30 years old and growing up in Afghanistan. So it means before the Taliban took power in Afghanistan, the women had the opportunity to grow up in Afghanistan in a peacefully environment with lots of opportunities, which we worked for that, as I mentioned in my speech before. We went to school, we went to university, we got a job, and we start even our own businesses. So these were the opportunities that which we had in the previous or ex-government in the past 20 to 30 years. And beside that, I think if I think we should look the rights of women as same as the rights of human rights. I mean, if we are talking about women and the rights which they have, and it doesn't matter if it's in Afghanistan or if it's in another countries or societies, so we have to respect these rights, and it doesn't matter if they really achieve something big. The progress is important for me as a young woman in Afghanistan, which had experience to work there, to educate, to get education there. That was an opportunity for me to work for myself, for my family, and for my society. We had the opportunities to get involved in many activities in Afghanistan with national and international communities which we had in Afghanistan, and also the platforms which we experienced them in Afghanistan. So we not only brought these opportunities to Afghanistan and used these opportunities as well. And not only me, there were the most of the population of Afghanistan are young generation. So not only men, not only women, also men benefit from these opportunities which we had in Afghanistan. I think Jola John could also could add her points of view in this regards, but I think that was an opportunity for all women in Afghanistan. And if we ignore those opportunities, so I think also in the future we cannot really work on Afghan women and the opportunity which we could bring in Afghanistan. So John, it's over to you.
Thank you, Sajia John, and thanks for the question. To be honest, I find the question a little bit interesting. I don't exactly know what you mean when you say, so what, that when women are empowered, or what's next. I think for the past 50 to 70 years in Afghanistan, our focus has been to get women empowered, to give women education, to give women financial independence, to give women literacy. So I think once you empower women, then women are treated as an equal human being in the society, which I think is the ultimate goal. That is why we strive for education, like I said, economic inclusion, political inclusion, social inclusion, etc. So I'm, again, not sure exactly what you mean by that when you say, so what, that when women are empowered, or what's next. But I think when women are empowered, then they make academic contributions, then they make economic contributions, they make political contributions, they make they have financial independence, which is a big deal in the world nowadays, because it actually stops women from getting access to so many things because they're not financially independent. So I think that I hope that my response is like precise enough to address the question, but if it's still not clear, I'd be happy to respond in more detail.
So I'll try to answer it in a different way. India also has a very patriarchal system. Of course, it's not as extreme as it is in Afghanistan, but there are some experiences, and I'll just give you some analogies. I have a friend of mine. She did her chartered accountancy in she came from a business family where women used to not study after their class 10, which is 16 years. And then she got into a job. There was a lot of opposition in her family. She was the first in her house to do so. But when they saw her doing economically well, earning money in her own terms, and getting respect in the society, all her other family the children in the extended family, the girls, got a chance to study, to get into jobs, to choose their own kind of careers, and even decide when they want to get married. Do remember, in India, we still have a lot of arranged marriages where women have to marry within a particular age. So people see with education, with employability, those things change. And when money starts coming into families, the equations also change many times. That's hard facts, which has been seen. Similarly, if many of the women, it's not necessary for them to even go for a job or even go to something, but they will be able to teach the kids at home what is right, what is wrong, what is needed as in a progressive society. I'm not saying wearing Western clothes, but having an open mind. Education brings that. That's why we talk about education. Why reading is important. An illiterate mother may not be able to push the children to study all that much. But if you get an interest towards it, you would be helping that family also to uplift. If you can work, you should have a right to choose what you want. Someone else. That's a fundamental. From here? Okay. That's a fundamental thing. But I think it helps to uplift the family also. For example, for medical health. Many times in remote places or many places where women cannot even go out of the house, if you have some basic knowledge, you will not get into a myth of medical sciences. For example, many times they don't want to go to doctors, they want to go to quacks. But if you have education, you will know what it means to go to a doctor. So these may be small things, but they help even a family, not only the woman. And I think Neeti wants to add something.
Thanks, Amrita. I think the point that we're trying to advocate here, I want to flip it over its head for 1 minute and maybe ask the question. All of us are trying to talk about empowering Afghan women. Can we pause and ask, who and what can Afghan women and girls empower in turn? What sort of... Yeah. Yes, so I think the question that we need to ask is, who or what can Afghan women empower? There are so many socio-economic, cultural outcomes that Afghan women, the resilient women and girls that they are in this society, in this region of the world, the sort of economic outcomes they can help achieve, the sort of taxes that they can pay if they have the financial opportunities and the financial ability, culturally as well, to move around in the economy, the social economic outcomes that they can help unlock, the sort of future generations that they can bring up that will in turn then contribute to society. So I think we need to flip this narrative a little bit on its head and ask, are women empower only and only if they just allowed the space to be who they want to be, to speak how they want to speak, to do exactly what they want to do. And I think everyone stands to gain from that, right? Absolutely everyone. The government, men, boys, women themselves, society as a whole.
And I think organizations which are helping to do that also should be encouraged. For example, today, many organizations, even internationally, who want to do something within the country is not allowed, cannot, fund those kind of projects. If you look at etc., these are happening on communities which can help the country. So I think these kind of programs should be allowed to work, or even network operators group, or even, I don't know if APNIC Foundation can actually put in money in Afghanistan to help in many of those social uplifting programs, etc. But I think the international community and perhaps community at large could look at those things, that what are the tools which are needed for empowerment, different types of empowerment. One is rights, one is civic rights, etc., human rights, etc. But in terms of uplifting digital technologies, making lives easier through technology, even communicating, I think those are important things which we also need to think of.
You have any question, or you want to clarify something? Okay, sure. Okay.
I just from here, like this, like this. Oh, okay. I think what can Afghanistan women do to empower the world and other women? For me, is how we should be looking at it, and not purely because we will learn something. I think it's to open the world for the girls who are being empowered and not knowing what's outside for them, especially the internet world. Because obviously I know there's lots of programs. I read a lot about Afghanistan that helps about with coding. There's a woman who worked with us who was teaching women how to code. And what those girls were offering on the job market, the skills were meticulous. Like I learned so many things from just listening to what they were talking about. And I'm going to give another example. The women in Gaza, they are offering a mentorship program to some of my girls in South Africa. They are in a very difficult situation, but they still have time when they do get that limited access to internet to contribute and teach coding to other girls. But for them, it's just to know what's the outside world. It's how do you contribute? Because the main thing here, we can go anywhere we want in the world. Unless we address what she talked about, which is male entitlement, nobody's empowered. As much as we want to say we are empowered as women, our question is to address what she's talking about, which is male entitlement. Any woman who's empowered has to face a male entitlement. But if women from all over the world come together, especially on an online space, and empower each other, it's going to give us more power and more voice to break this human rights that's taken away from women.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we have another one of our rights. Okay, over to you. Can you hand over a mic to her, or you want me to take this? Burhan, can you help me to pass the mic, please? You're,
Can you hear me? Excellent. My name is Shauna Hoffman, and I'm from the USA, and I'm an AI expert. I have been for a little over 25 years. And the question that I have, thank you for being brave. Thank you for being here today, all of you. The women empowerment, I love what you just said about that. I would love to make that more tangible. How can those of us outside of Afghanistan help empower the local women? What is it that you need? I know there's rules, there's specific boundaries, we would say, for the local women, but what can we do? Is it, you'd mentioned cell phones, can we collect cell phones, let's say from the United States, and ship them over? Could we provide some sort of internet access? Is it more, funds to get the internet access? Like, what can we do? And then also, we're actually going on a tour in Afghanistan in October, and one of the tour groups mentioned there are 300 businesses ran by women that we are going to be seeing during that tour. So I'd love to understand a little bit more about that and the women's rights. So question number one is, what tangibly can we do for you? If I bring cell phones over with me, can we pass them out? Is that helpful? But then the second step is, what are women's rights locally for those who are running businesses and trying to continue on with what they had prior to 3 years ago?
Thank you very much. So is the question open to any speaker who can tackle this, or specifically? Okay, Amrita has some comments on this.
I am audible? Yeah. So India government has a scheme wherein if a girl in certain states, if a girl in her plus 12 does above a particular mark, she gets a laptop. They got a laptop. But then it was transferred, the laptop was given to their brothers. So that also happens. So you may be giving the cell phone. Who's going to recharge it? Who will have access to it? So those things are also some things you have to think of. Where will they recharge if there is no electricity? So those things also should be thought. It's just not giving it over, but how do you continue it? I'm not saying it's not a bad idea, but you will have to look at the entire chain of events. But
And that actually brings up a very good point. I know in Kenya, when we purchased cell phones for those who are local, we also provided them the the solar service. So, what would be, for those who are in Afghanistan or have been recently, what would be something that you could say, here's something you really can do that's tangible that would actually help us?
Jolajan, do you want to tackle this question?
Yes, definitely.
I'm sorry, Jordan.
No, go ahead, Libajan. I can
Lema-
go after.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to point out at one very important thing. I'm so sorry for breaking in like this. It's about when we talk about empowerment and when we talk about the tangible help to Afghanistan, there is one very important thing that we are actually, I think, forgetting, and that's the political situation of Afghanistan. If we are providing all these helps, it could be a potential life risk for many women that are living out there. So when we are doing these things, we should also consider those things, and we should also think about how we could do some of these potential support that we are providing or the empowerment that we are doing in a sense that it does not threaten their life. So and I think one of the most important thing will be that instead of providing them with some of these helps, it will be good that if we could provide them with some educational opportunities. If there are, like, for example, schools or universities, or if there are some mentorship and some of these programs that could help them to be empowered and to help themselves, that could be something more valuable than because some of these other things, of course, they are enormously valuable, but they could also be a threat to their life. They could also be so in certain situations they are working like hidden, and they are not like a lot of the government and political. No one is aware that they are working. So when we are helping them in these things, we are actually bringing them up to the front, and that could be potential risk for their lives and for their families' lives. So I think it's more about how we could empower them in terms of education and in terms of giving them some skills and opportunities that they could help themselves. That could be more valuable. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very
I have
much.
to say thank you for bringing that up. That's a extremely good point, because we wouldn't want to have anything negative. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Over to you, Jala.
Some things to thank you, Limajan, so much for sharing that. I think those are all great points, and great that we have an AI expert in the room with us. Yeah, I think I find that working with initiatives on the ground has been the most helpful. So there are initiatives on the ground that work within like different areas and landscapes in Afghanistan, and yes, it's dangerous. Yes, it's extremely risky, but to be able to make a little bit of progress, we've constantly growing up had to break rules in Afghanistan. So that's a given, unfortunately. And another, I think, very tangible thing that I think can make a lot of impact is not just working with women, actually working with male of the families and just religious scholars. So you'll have to work with people that are of value, that are respected, that are listened to across Afghanistan. So for us, whether it's working on different digital literacy campaign or whether it's working with students on their college application forms, etc., it's not just working with the group of students themselves, but it's kind of like at the same time working with their decision makers of the families or their brothers and fathers, etc. So I think that's just one thing that has been kind of critical to me in my work and need to be considered. So yeah, I think lots of awareness, keeping in mind that Afghanistan is in the midst of a humanitarian crisis. So there are lots of like other priorities now that a lot of people are focusing on. So if those are kind of addressed, then it will open doors and give the people space to think about some of the other things that are needed, such as education and access to financial kind of opportunities, etc.
Yeah, very much, Jala. You've find it very good. So as per your experience on the ground, to combine a few questions or the views raised by the audience and also the thing raised by Niti, like what and who can support the Afghan women based in Afghanistan. And now also one of our audience said like from Nigeria or from any African country. So like the women in Gaza, despite the challenges they have, they're providing mentorship to the African women. But considering the current situation in Afghanistan, which like women are totally banned to go, for work or for education or to be in a male-dominant society. So how the Afghan women leverage the internet and digital resources to overcome these challenges, to build like meaningful opportunities for themselves and for their communities. So this question could be answered by Joala as well, because she recently like pointed some a few points relevant, and as well as Sunal, you gave some examples. So how impactful those solutions are or were to empower women to have access to education despite the current situation we are experiencing right now. So after this question, I would like to remind the Ethnic Foundation colleagues that one of the points raised by Amrita, that how can Ethnic Foundation put money into the Afghan community to empower. So I think you already do this through Digital Leap. So I would like to have your view on this later after Sonal shares her insights on this. And after Sonal, we'll go to Jala. Over to you.
I think I'm going to get... Okay, I'm going to get up just to make sure that everybody can hear me and we don't have a break. And I think I really like the question that you raised, what can you do that's tangible? Often solutions are quite simple and they depend upon people and what people can do for each other. So before I say that, I'd say that one of the that we must remember when we are talking about women in very fragile situations is that we cannot do any harm. So I think the principle of do no harm must be the first principle that we follow when we are thinking about any sort of solutions for women in education, for economic empowerment, and so on. So having said that, I think we've talked about getting buy-in from the community, from the decision makers, from men who are in power. But I also think we should not forget that women too have power. And how do we do that? So in this case, it's not just the power of one, because that's often difficult. You may become a target. But what you can do is have peer-to-peer. That's possible. Can you set up systems so that girls and women can support each other? So having peer-to-peer strategies in your programs, in your solutions is, I think, absolutely important. The other area is the collective. When there is a voice of many women that comes together, not one person is targeted, but collectively, they can advocate for what they want. So if you have 300 women entrepreneurs, that is a force to reckon with. How can you create a peer-to-peer support? How can you create a collective for them? I've done some evaluations for SCAP in the region, and that's one of the lessons that we have learned. How do we support women and how can women support each other? And I think that is something we should not forget. Thank you.
Well, Jalajan, over to you.
Thank you, John. Yeah, agreed that designing targeted digital literacy programs across Afghanistan, it requires a lot of different layers of considerations to deliver something impactful. But I think to address the challenge, again, it is very broad, but I think programs must be culturally sensitive and community oriented, that would allow for the engaging of stakeholders. This can include families and religious leaders and community leaders, because this will build a lot of trust and encourage participation. I think in most of the work that I've done in Afghanistan through media outlets, whether it's been with tech platforms or it's been with UN agencies, one thing that we've constantly tried to integrate is the inclusion of religious leaders and community leaders, because they're listened to and they can actually make a tangible impact. So kind of like inclusion of those stakeholders, I think to me is an important strategy that can make quite a big impact. Again, I think the inclusion of male allies, like I said before, such as the brothers and fathers and husbands, it's also very, very crucial to encourage their support, because they can actually really make an impact in kind of paving the way and opening the way for their daughters and wives and sisters to get access to a lot of opportunities. So I think aside from that, given the logistical limitations, it's of course another concern. Programs should focus on flexible and accessible delivery methods. I'm trying to like bring in real life examples of how we're trying to tackle with these challenges, because I think that they might be helpful. So how we're trying to do this is not just delivering whether it's animated content or whatever educational kind of content online, but also using brochures, for instance, or banners across the countryside and in the rural areas where people don't necessarily have access to digital devices or internet or electricity that much. So this, but taking into consideration the, I think, logistical limitations is of course another big issue. Security is of course the biggest consideration, but we have to keep in mind that a lot of people in Afghanistan right now, they're putting their lives at risk, but they are working with underground schools, they are working with initiatives inside their houses. So if they can take that much risk to allow other girls to get access to educational opportunities, we can take our part in contributing to that, whether it's books, whether it's however kind of content that can be helpful to them. So I think, yeah, there are different kinds of things that we can take into consideration, keeping in mind the logistical, the cultural, and other issues to be able to make tangible impact. But I think it's quite broad, so I can't fit in everything into one response.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sajijan. You mentioned about the censorship, right? And also access of women to the educational material. And now Joala pointed out about the involving of the religious scholars, and as well as providing, content, kind of, brochures or books or flyers whatsoever to the Afghan women in order to support them to have access to education. So, and like you said about the censorship, it's not just when we say censorship, it doesn't mean like only about the internet. So in the offline world, it of course impact, like it could ban anyone, especially the women in Afghanistan, to have access to those tangible assets, including the brochure, the books. So do you think it will be, impactful, or it works to empower women and to have access to education, and as well as have access to the content which supports their access to education?
Thank you, Adron. I think to the last point, all the solutions which everyone in the session shared was very powerful, but let's do not forget the current situation in Afghanistan, because when we are proposing the solutions, so we should think about the situation, how can we provide these solutions, and how can we implement this solution which we are proposing or which we are talking about even with the international communities. because if there's a solution for Afghan women regarding empowering women in tech or in regards with education and etc. So we should keep in mind that these activities will be affected by the Taliban's government, the groups which they have the power right now in Afghanistan. Because without allowing or without the allowance from these groups, we cannot provide these solutions for Afghan women living in Afghanistan. Do something online when we are ensured that they have access to the internet, they have access to the computers, to the laptops, or to and they have the opportunities to use from these online opportunities. But when we are not sure which they have these opportunities, so we cannot also be sure about the result of the solution which we are providing them or the opportunities which we are giving to Afghan women. You mentioned the censorship and the special censorship in Afghanistan during this situation in Afghanistan. That's true. The censorship is quite large in Afghanistan right now. They are trying to censor the contents, not only the contents, also the news agencies and the reporters which they are working currently in Afghanistan, even in this hard situation. So these restrictions make the situation even harder for the people of Afghanistan, especially women in Afghanistan. And if we do not focus making the current group or government in Afghanistan responsible to answer for all the restrictions or all the things which the rights which they are denying as a human rights or as a woman rights in Afghanistan or for women in Afghanistan, it won't work and it won't be as impactful as we are talking about as we are expecting from the international community. So my point is to let's focus and let's put pressure on the Taliban or on the group which they are on the power right now in Afghanistan, and let's make them responsible to accept women really as part of the society, to accept and to give them opportunity to grow up. The women in Afghanistan do not need support of anyone else when they have the opportunity or when the atmosphere is ready for them to grow up, when there is opportunity and when there is a good atmosphere to grow up, so they can do it by themselves. Of course, the international community can help for funding for some awareness project or development project, but still the women are able in Afghanistan or capable to work by themselves and to achieve their goals with whatever they have. But the international community can only make the Taliban responsible for their acts, for denying the rights of women, for denying the human rights in Afghanistan. Thank you, Erjan.
Sajid, I would like to jump to Niti on the as on the global or international community perspective. Like, we will not. I'm not touching on the political side, but in terms of like technical capabilities or the mandate of the the international community to empower women have access to education, like Anya mentioned. So when like specifically for the Afghan women, what is your point of view? How can the international community support Afghan women to have access to education and as well as access to the technology and internet? So what's your point of view being in like outside of Afghanistan and working with international organizations, specifically like for Ethnic Foundation? Before I said like Amrit also the Ethnic Foundation role in supporting the education in Afghanistan, and you're currently running the Digital Leap South Asia project. So we would like to hear your insights and views on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So as the APNIC Foundation, of course, it's wonderful that, can you hear me? Okay. It's wonderful that we're being able to see as many, community oriented, as many sort of uh, initiatives across the board, whether it's with women and girls, whether it's with participants and, increasing representation in the technical community, etc. But I believe if we're talking about Afghan women and girls, need to have. Piecemeal efforts, of course, are not going to be enough. We need systemic, structural changes, and we need to have a whole of society approach to that. For different players to come in, offer what they can, what they're good at, what their expertise is. I think we'll need to work in lockstep. We'll need to work with one another to be able to understand what sort of capabilities can be contributed, how these pieces fit in. To my colleague who mentioned, would it be helpful to bring in devices? Sure. But then, what about the normative attitudes and beliefs that would actually prevent the use of such devices, right? So I don't think that infrastructure on its own would mean anything until and unless we're also structurally then working alongside government, as much as we may not want to, but we do need to work with government to make sure that women are allowed to be participants in the economy, because, to my previous point as well, I think that benefits everyone. That not just benefits women and girls and, gender diverse people, but it also benefits men, boys, government, society, etc. Advocating for participation. We need to be advocating for equal participation in society, in the economy, because I feel like the human rights argument, even though we believe in it, even though, we want to advocate in favor of human rights, gender rights, etc. But I feel like practically, as is the case with my country, we seem to have lost the plot there. We seem to have lost that. We have. I mean, we have lost that plot there. If governments need to be partnered with, if we want to partner with governments, the narrative and the belief system has to be grounded in human rights, absolutely. But we also need to be sure that we're offering governments, companies, private sector players, technical community, civil society, what they need. The government wants to see a thriving economy. Sure. So let's invite women in, unlock their economic potential, see how they can participate in the economy, and, go from there. We perhaps need to sort of ground this and understand this from a gap. If we want to partner with different stakeholders, how is it that we can play to their narrative without losing ours? So we're still what we want. I'm sure that that's not going to be a simple, endeavor. That's not going to be a simple. It's quite challenging, right, to work with the government that we have in Afghanistan at the moment. But if we're looking at systemic, structural changes that go beyond, individual efforts or community efforts, not that I'm discounting those at all. We need to understand how we can get stakeholders to really, buy into this agenda, because the first question every stakeholder asks is, what's in it for me? Why is it that I should support this vision? So, controversial thought, but I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Great people, great thoughts. Omar, do you want to add something as you're leading the project of this Digital Leap and about your work in Afghanistan? Burhan, can you help me pass this mic, please? Thank you.
Very much. Can you hear me well? So I'll introduce myself. I'm Omar Ansari, leading a project called Digital Leap South Asia with the IPNIC Foundation in Brisbane. The project aims to develop the capacity of the network engineers and help them learn new skills. With that, we do a lot of community building, bringing people together so they can share experiences and learn from each other. We support the local national IGFs, the cooperative groups, and other similar gatherings and platforms. So Digital Leap South Asia, when we started the first cohort in 2023, we had 9 women from Afghanistan who were network engineers. This year, in 2024, we have only 4 women from Afghanistan. So this means the number is decreasing. The first year, we had more women working in network engineering, for example. They were trained in ICT in the past, but today, since the university has grows, women cannot go to school beyond grade 6. It means that they're gradually reducing in number. I'm father of 4 girls, and it was very hard for me to see my not being able to go to school in Afghanistan. So I had to move out, and I was forced to move out. And now, in one of my girls was age 9, was running a YouTube channel. It was called The Workshop, where you were making robots and little moving devices. And she just got admitted at a TAFE course on robotics. And she was very excited about the certification program that she will be in January. Afghan women has, in Afghan men and women both, in general, they have a lot of talent. They lived in a society, that was affected by war for decades, but they have learned how to be resilient. And the resilience that was shown by the Afghan internet community in the past couple of years, from falling down to raising up again, it was quite a journey. Lima is one of our participants from last year. She's a DLSA, Digital Leap South Asia alumna. But she's moderating this session. And she's been leading many other like School on Internet Governance of Afghanistan. So if they're provided with an opportunity, they can excel. They can not only contribute to the local socioeconomic development and be active in their own societies and have good lives and contribute to their families, but they can also be participants of the global development processes. So with that, but definitely, it's not something that we Afghans would be able to do it alone. As suggested by the panel, we need international friends and allies so that we can do it together. It's an issue for all of us to address. APNIC Foundation has some really good plans for the future of the region, the APNIC region. We cover 56 economies across Asia Pacific. And the APNIC, which is a regional internet registry, but then there is an APNIC Foundation. So our CEO is here, and he's very excited about this session. And we have 4 more sessions coming up. So I'd probably pass.
Mar, I hope this is audible. First, I'd just like to acknowledge all the speakers we had. We talked about getting people here. Some of them couldn't make it here due to some of these logistics issues we've had. So to your point earlier, something I just want to point out, the world has a habit of moving on to something else. The problems in Afghanistan it's probably getting worse in some ways. It's a credit to my team that they've been able to pull off what they've done in Afghanistan and parts of South Asia over the last couple of years. A simple thing as even sending money. It's not just these other structural issues we're talking about, but the international financial system doesn't even allow us to send money to Afghanistan. My colleagues, the few that we've managed to get to Saudi Arabia for this event, the trials and tribulations my team went done. You know, those of us who lived in advanced economy, we have it easy. But just even getting money to get on a plane to come, it's not that easy for some of our colleagues in some parts of the world. So there, I think, needs to be, you know, one, we should not forget that when there is conflict and issues that arise in certain countries, and then the world sort of next great conflict, you know, what happens to those that we've forgotten? So one of the reasons we wanted to host this session here was to ensure that, you know, we don't forget that there still is an issue in Afghanistan, that women are still suffering. The three women on the screen you see there that couldn't make it to Riyadh, they are doing, even though they're not long. And I've got my colleagues here from, you know, Gayur is here from Afghanistan, Omar, of course, who's been a solid supporter, and in fact, he runs the program at the APNIC Foundation. So yes, help is needed. Things you are able to support us, please. We'd love to see how we could work and do much, much more. But of course, we have to do it taking into account, and there are certain issues at play that, and you can't just parachute in and do stuff and leave. That doesn't quite work, neither does that scale. So I see the lady is holding up the sign, which means I should shut up. So Gayur, maybe I'll hand back to you. We still have a lot of work to do in South Asia, in Afghanistan in particular, but some other economies as well. We have our new strategic plan just in formulation at the moment, so in the coming website about what we're doing, and perhaps come partner and in difference we make. And one thing I like to say, we are more about action, not words. So what we do is in ground, not long narratives and speeches. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. A big round of applause to all our speakers, audience, the panelists, the remote moderators, speakers, everyone. Thank you very much. It was very pleasure to having you all, and I really appreciate you have dedicated your precious time to attend the session and share your views and insights. It was really good to have you all. I think we are done with our time, so thank you very much, and thanks to the APNIC Foundation also for organizing this beautiful session. At the end, I will request for a group photo, and thank you. Bye. I think we have someone, she has something to say. I'll pass the mic.
Hello, everyone. Sorry. I'm Mary from Timor-Leste. And in this room, the discussion is about women in Afghanistan. But please allow me to also speak about women in Timor-Leste who face some similar challenges to Afghan women. Women in Afghanistan face some challenges similar to those in Timor-Leste. But our situation is different as we are a democratic country where men and women have equal rights. However, women in Timor-Leste still face challenges in accessing education, technology, and job opportunities, especially in rural areas. The Switch program, which has been running for 3 years in Timor-Leste, has greatly supported women like me in ICT. I kindly request to the APNIC Foundation to continue this program in Timor-Leste as it has made a significant difference in our lives. I also ask the APNIC Foundation to help women in Timor-Leste further by implementing more programs like Switch. Thank you.
I would request the remote speakers to turn your cameras on, so at least we'll be having you in the background in the group photo. Thank you.
Hey, hey, check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Hey, 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 hey. 6, 6. Check, 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 check. Hey, 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 hey. 6, 6. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Check, 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 check. Hey, hey, 6. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey, 6, 6, 1, 2. Hey, 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 hey. Check, check. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey, 6, 6, 1, 2. 1, 2. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, 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 hey. 6, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, 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 hey. Check, check, check. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey. hey, 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 hey.
哦，你想哦，
您是？
我是世界数字科学院徐婷。
哦，
对对对对，咱俩加个微信，我发个名片给你。
哎，好好。
嗯。下午准备参加这个会。
哦。
嗯，
是是是。
要不你扫我一下。你是什么时候到的？
我是昨天晚上。
哦，昨天晚上，我也昨天晚上。
哦，你从上海过来？
哎，我从上海过来，对。昨天我是晚上9点钟左右。
哦，9点钟左右。
嗯。你是从北京过来的？
对对对。哎，它这个信号有点慢呢。
过来。它这里面有一个网络。
哦，是吧？
嗯。
那把它这个网络
有个网络，但是速度很慢，还不如用自己的4G。
是吧？
高总老家是哪里？
我湖南人，长沙。
哦，湖南长沙。我呢是籍贯安徽，在这个湖北上学。博士是在湖南那里。
哦。
哎，对对对。因为我做13年教师，当时这个学历不够的话，把我上讲台。所以说是属于在职，但是呢，说是在职呢，也脱产了1年。哎，对。 在发的是我们那个世界数字科学院的一个介绍，是去年4月3号在联合国科技委的支持下，新注册成立的，在日内瓦注册。现在我们的创始理事长呢是科技委主席皮特梅杰。
那你是不是全职做这个？
我现在是他的中国区的首席代表。我自己呢是搞了一家科技智库，就从学校出来以后，做了17年，主要是跟这个院士合作做科技成果转化。郭总是学法律的。
对。
对，今天也是探讨法律问题。
过来学习学习。
我是21年呢，这个编了一本书，叫《人工智能伦理与安全》，就涉及到一些法律问题。当时找了这个西南政法大学的那个校长叫傅子堂，他支持了2个研究院，这个就相当于是教授啊，给我们选明了一些案例，参写了几个，
这个挺有前瞻性的。
当时是中科院院士何基峰，他呢是一直想写，没有时间，所以把这个任务交给我了。后来我就找了大概有接近20位的专家，1年半时间编写，后来在清华大学出版社出版。因为当时我们也特别有一章专门讨论的这个机器人的这个伦理、安全，特别当这个机器人呢用作这个武器的时候，在战场上， 平常在上海。2045，对，现在还有一会儿。上午这个参加了一个会，搞得比较累啊，这会儿休息一下。
上午是啥会啊？
是那个数字政府论坛。哎，然后搞了2000年的这个会啊。对对对。现在互联网治理、人工智能治理，这个的确是都是国际问题。哎，对。对。对。对。哎，对。不错。对对对。现在数据合规呢，我们世界数字科学院搞了一个项目，叫数据合规关认证项目。这个也是联合国科技委支持下搞的。我们今天搞了2个认证项目，都得到了联合国认可。第一个项目呢是叫首席人工智能官认证项目，其中这个人工智能伦理安全，我们是作为重要的课题。明年4月份呢，我们在日内瓦会举办第28届联合国科技大会数据编会。数据编会到时候我可以发邀请函给你，你如果有时间，我们一起到日内瓦去探讨。
大概
4月7号到14号。
时间都定下来了。
这个是因为它是每年一届，每次也是5天。然后专门是为每年联合国的这个5月份和9月份的这个有2个论坛来提供支撑。它呢是我们这个联合科技委呢，它是联合国军事理事会下属的1级部门。这个联合军事理事会呢，它这个是一个庞大的组织群，比如说联合国教科文组织啊，联合国公发组织啊，都是它的附属机构，我们是它的直属机构。附属机构呢，它这个相当于是经费方面的自由。我们这个科技委包括这个秘书处呢，它是联合国的这个发工资正式。对对。那我们呢是在这个它这个秘书处的支撑下，来这个去年4月3号在日内瓦注册。为什么要注册这个呢？因为现在各个国家的科技政策落地啊、实施啊，这个如果通过联合国这个平台，特别慢，要几十个发起的会员国讨论啊、投票啊，这一搞几年才能下得来。所以我们这个创办人呢叫皮特梅杰，他觉得有必要搞个民间的，2个结合。说是民间的呢，就是执行版的交给我们做。因为现在特别是数字技术和实体经济深度融合，尤其是这个数据的一些治理规则，对吧？还有一些法律问题，你这一慢，讨论来讨论去，好了，这边的等不及。所以去年成立以后呢，我就带着他在中国，就是到中国来了3趟，见了上海的市委书记，安徽省的省长，广东省的这个常务副省长王希，他本身是个院士。具体的我们就重点是项目性，我们是项目性为主，研究还不是我们的主要方向，就是把全球的这个2院院士、诺奖、图灵奖科学家他的重大的研究成果，再跟我们现在刚刚成立的一个联合国数字基金跟资金结合，变成项目，把这个项目注册成公司。对。 项目工程化，对，就是把它给落地实施，就是因为成立时间不长嘛，去年4月3号，才1年多时间，明年4月3号2年，对，就是明年我们会搞个2周年的一个相当于一个小型的庆典吧，就借在日内瓦，它正好4月份嘛，我们是4月3号是2年，他是4月7号开这个会，也会邀请一些会员单位啊、理事单位。目前呢，现在谷歌、微软、OpenAI，这是这个，还有呢是 Facebook， 中国呢就是华为、科大讯飞、百度、阿里，这个现在是我们的会员。阿里这边呢，重点是这个马一金服，马一金服今年4月份呢，他是马一金服的首席智能官，就是专门是到日内瓦参加会议。我们今年呢发布了全球第一个生成式人工智能安全标准。对，这个安全标准就涉及一些法律问题。所以到时候也是邀请你成为我们的这个专家呀。因为我们发布了这个呢，所以说我们被网信办邀请参加今年的无证世界互联网大会。我的这个合作伙伴就是也成为人工智能专业委员会的顾问。无证，就是刚刚开，11月19号，我呢就没去，我正好到新加坡去了。他说19号到21号，你去了是吧？那我的合作伙伴李宇航你认识吗？对，李宇航，他是我的合作伙伴。我们呢，现在这个机构是我们3个人创办的，就是我提议的。我是原创者，我一开始叫世界数字研究院，那么他呢就改为叫世界数字技术院。后来我们皮特梅杰呢就更名叫世界数字科学院，就是几经更名。盛会叫联合国来峰会嘛，就借他这个平台，我们就正式宣布。60几年就开始。
谢谢。喂喂喂。
那个，这个不是，它不是那种放大屏，就是别人要戴耳机，说了之后耳机里的就会很清楚。
这里放声音，对，但是在这里，对，这以前没见过。
没事，体验一下。张局，一会儿再过来。今天是吴教授的主场，必须出场。
嘿嘿嘿。
In progress.
stay on the table. We stay on the table.
你那个直播你上次有看到，那个直播是这样的。对。他刚才听到说就不发言，反正就发言。坐那里别老直播，拍不到。是。
你俩一起拍哈。
我先合给。
行。
再来个 solo。
啊，好好好。我们大家正好这会儿还没开始，要不把何老师的环给他撤了。
何老师撤。
刚才跟郑大师
咱俩一人，
我们一人站一
人拍一个先。
Recording in progress.
这给他，我们面前反复一下，两个人
销售。
先看镜头啊，先来个合影的，看这儿，12指，3、2、1。那能进，要不然就出去了。
这么近，
要不然就出去了，要不
有点
圈出去了。
背景那么漂亮，也得抓一下。
没错的，圈要出去了。好，可以。
感谢。
再来个 solo 的。到时候再单独给你来一张就好。
我经理来一下。
好，没毛病，可以。可以，好。
感谢。没见过这个会场这么难反应。可以看。
有这2张啊。好，黄军。可以，好。
你两位要合影吗？
刚才习惯了。
你俩再来一张。
没有啊，咱俩可以。
我是没事。
你也没事。
有伤有这要求是吧？
最近主要这个是有点大家各自解说也比较多，没事。
其实很正常，对，在上演上。
那个巴西、沙特
都是一些商务
更好，但是我会在最后1分钟到的。然后新加坡的看到这个消息，
但我实际上都是翻译这个是的，但是大家戴着耳麦对吧？大家都戴。
是的。是的，就是这里是各有一支，每个人都有。好的。
所以相当于就是别人的会看。
你好，等会儿讲话的时候。
讲的是不一样的。
就是您听的时候，因为它这个话筒不是现场放大，它是会放在这个听筒里。
这个我们自己除了自己主办的这个，其他的对，这个我觉得就不能说我们帮自己的自己去耍，对。
其实说白了，大家都无形的合一。它一般状态是还有线上这里新加坡有些过程有争议，这个时候才可能会变。因为你现在说白了，这边达成双方或者达成的问题，你到时候不是说有些要需要做出来，还有大家这个状态的时间还是要讨论上面对。是。按说来讲，还是需要事先安排这种的，应该是，对吧？确实。而且那时候
线上是有一位巴西的中影视会新加坡的接下来线下企划，
这个效果不错啊。
是，他们可以看到吗？这也是今年这个连续生活场，做铺垫的，应该是。
这个没问题，不影响。
Check. Okay.
现场听不见，但是麦克风发声的，对，就是这个，它是翻译这个，金生用这个，打开天窗说，这个完全不一样。
这个麦自己发言的时候，我觉得倒应该也不用。
所以就是您在这里听的时候，这里讲的时候，虽然没有声音，但这里面是清晰的。如果没有这个的话，就听不见。 这样声音才能够送出去。这个听到这个，这个比较好。
戴上，然后我们这个说话发言的时候也要戴是吧？
这样听，就是听声音靠这个，说发出声音靠这个。
行，这也是一个好的体验。行。
这个那个线上的这个嘉宾把摄像头打开，刚才一起打开，然后那个上海的那个上海的。这个是吧？
Would the host be available?校长，待会儿开场前我们合照啊，是不是请各位领导专家都到上面，把这个主视角这个视频打出来？
是我们是对着这儿，还是
就是现在我们坐着已经拍了，我们待会儿会拍的，包括在行进过程当中，对，我们对，这样的话跟线上的嘉宾都可以合影，
没问题，
这样啊，
对，可以。对，线上嘉宾。
他可能是居中或左右。
不过这个回词还是不错的。
是这个意思，是这个意思，这样子可能
是吧？印度你飞进去几个没打过去吗？不去。我这个严防死守，去印度严防死守，然后回来了，我在那海啊，这个是很好的。关键在那儿什么戴口罩呀、喝纯净水啊什么的，就感觉隔离的挺好的。看出来了。
各位老师，我们也可以到上面一起拍个照。文丽，你跟舒婷交叉哈。
Hello everyone. I guess if you are interested, please come to here to have a group photo. 谢老师，谢老师，
谢老师，一起
来吧，一起来吧。
Hello。Hello。
Hello。
这个你要把这个调到4，然后把这个音量开到最大。
好的，大家频道调到4，音量开到最大就可以听到了。好，各位专家、各位领导，我们就开始哈。Good afternoon, distinguished guests and colleagues. I'm Professor Wu Shenkuo from Beijing Normal University. Welcome to the Day Zero event on legalization of data governance, hosted by the Bureau of Internet Rules and Regulations of Cyberspace Administration of China. With the deepening of globalization and digitalization, the flow and utilization of data has become one of the key drivers of economic innovation and social development. In the face of the development opportunities and security risks associated with the massive processing and application of data, people in all regions of the world are increasingly and widely recognizing the importance of value and fair and effectiveness of data governance in promoting public well-being and sustainable development, as well as the need for the comprehensive ecological cultivation and beginning rule of law safeguards for future-oriented data governance. This event is aiming to bring together stakeholders from government, civil society, technical community, and the private sector to exchange insights on the current status of development and evaluation of global data applications and data governance, to jointly examine and judge the various important concerns and challenges in data governance in various countries, and to jointly explore ways of realizing the rule of law in data governance that are beneficial to safeguarding the common values of human beings. Now, let's start the event with the first session of keynote speech. First of all, let's welcome Mr. Tang Lei, Deputy Director General of Bureau of Internet Laws and Regulations of Cyberspace Administration of China.
Distinguished guests and friends, good afternoon. Welcome to the Internet Governance Forum and to the Day Zero event on the legalization of data governance. Not long ago, when extending congratulations via video to the 2024 World Internet Conference Wuzhen Summit, President Xi Jinping noted that we should see the trends of digitalization, networking, and intelligentization, embrace innovation as a primary driver, uphold security as a baseline requirement, and pursue inclusiveness as a core value. Efforts must be accelerated to promote innovative, secure, and inclusive development in cyberspace, working together to usher in a brighter digital future. Today, we are gathering here to jointly discuss issues related to data governance, which are of great practical significance. This year marks the 30th anniversary of China's first full connection to the Internet and also the 30th anniversary of the beginning of China's law-based cyberspace governance. Over the past 3 decades, China has committed itself to law-based cyberspace governance, ensuring that the Internet develops within the confines of the law. The legalization of data governance is an essential component of promoting the law-based cyberspace governance, and also a solid guarantee for building up China's strength in cyberspace. China has consistently committed itself to place equal emphasis on development and security, establishing and improving the legal system for data governance. Firstly, China has enacted the cyber security law, data security law, and personal information protection law, providing basic provisions for data security and personal information protection systems. Secondly, China has released the provisions for promoting and regulating the cross-border flow of data, fostering the free flow of data in a lawful and orderly manner. Thirdly, China has released several provisions on the management of automobile data security and several regulations to build the data security management systems in some key areas. Fourthly, China has issued the Global Initiative on Data Security and the Global Cross-Border Data Flow Cooperation Initiative, calling on all countries to build an open and mutually beneficial landscape for international cooperation. Especially in September this year, the State Council of China enacted regulations on network data security management, providing a strong legal guarantee for promoting the lawful, reasonable, and effective utilization of network data. Firstly, the regulations put forward the overall requirements and general provisions for network data security. Secondly, the regulations further specify rules concerning personal information protection. Thirdly, the regulations improve mechanisms for the management of important data security. Firstly, the regulations enhance the provisions on security management of cross-border network data flows. In recent years, with the advancement of new technologies and applications such as artificial intelligence, the volume of data has been growing rapidly, accompanied by escalating security risks. Striking a balance between high-quality development and high-level security has become a common challenge all over the world. It has become increasingly crucial to promote data governance by law-based approaches. To address this, the following actions are necessary. Firstly, improve the legal system for data governance. Establish and improve the foundation rules for data governance and address the data security challenges brought about by the development of new technologies. Secondly, strengthen theoretical support for law-based data governance. Promote the development of the theoretical system for data governance, ensuring a mutual relationship between theory and practice. Thirdly, strengthen international exchanges and cooperation on the legalization of data governance. Create a win-win international cooperation pattern for data governance. Colleagues, data governance is a shared challenge for countries worldwide. I encourage that all the guests here today to conduct in-depth discussions around the relevant topics, jointly discuss the legal solutions for data governance, work together to promote the legalization of global data governance, and ensure that the benefits of digital advancements are shared by people worldwide. In closing, I wish today's event a full success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tang, for the relevant experience of China. Now I give the floor to Professor Wolfgang Kleinwachter, Professor Emeritus at the University of Aarhus of Denmark. Please.
works. It works. It works. Oh, you can change the channel 4. The channel 4. Maybe you can change the channel 4.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation, and thank you all the Cyber Administration of China for organizing this important workshop. Mr. Tang Li, in his opening speech, mentioned two very important concepts. One is education, and the other one is collaboration. I think the whole internet is a permanent learning process. So we know more than we knew 20 years ago, and we will know a lot more in 20 years from now. So that means it's a never-ending story, and it will continue. And the other one is collaboration. So it means no one is able to manage all the things, with one shot. So there is no silver bullet. So there is no one road. So there are many roads which has to be taken, and the only way to manage all the forthcoming problems is by collaboration of all stakeholders in their respective roles. I think this is the beauty of the Internet Governance Forum. This was the beauty of the outcome of the World Summit on the Information Society 20 years ago, that it was a compromise at this time. Some governments wanted to have private sector leadership, others wanted to have governmental leadership, and the compromise was we need all stakeholders. So the internet and all these new achievements are not for leadership, they are for collaboration. So that means we have to work hand in hand in their respective roles. Governments are different than the private sector. Technical community is different from civil society, but we can manage the problems of the future only if we work hand in hand. I think this is the big message, and I'm very happy that Mr. Tang Li mentioned these two concepts, education and collaboration, as the main guidance. As an academic person, I'm dealing with definitions. So this is a core work of academics, and the title of this session is Legalization of Data Governance. So I want to ask, what is data? And what is governance? So let's start with data. So 20 years ago, I was in another workshop where we said, okay, data is the starting point. That's the resource, that's the raw resource, the raw material. Data leads to information, information leads to knowledge, and in the best case, knowledge leads to wisdom. So that's why some people said, okay, we start with the data society, then we have the information society. It was the World Summit on the Information Society, but we have to move upwards to the knowledge society, and some people say that, and the wisdom society. This is a little bit idealistic, but as an academic person, I think I'm allowed to think in idealistic terms. But more complicated is the term of governance. So this is the Internet Governance Forum. I think Internet governance was the term we used 20 years ago because the Internet was brand new. A lot of people did not understand what the Internet is. Is it a technical issue? Is this an economic issue? Is this a political issue? So it was very complex. And I was a member of this UN Working Group on Internet Governance, which was tasked by Kofi Annan to propose a definition. So just to define and to enable governments and other stakeholders to have an understanding what internet governance means. So the definition we proposed and which is reflected in the Tunis agenda had three main elements. The first thing is internet governance means the involvement of all stakeholders. What I said already. So it's not only one stakeholder approach, it's a multi-stakeholder approach. Second thing is governance means that you have to share. You have to share protocols, you have to share codes, you have to share regulations and decision making. And the third thing is we proposed a layered approach. We made a differentiation between the evolution and the use of the internet. At this time,
the majority of the problems were with the technical layer, the evolution of the internet. And the use of the internet is related to the so-called internet-related public policy issue. Today, the majority of problems is on the application layer and not on the technical layer. I think a lot of issues on the technical layer have been cleared. It's not a question anymore. So that means 20 years ago, it was a technical problem with some political implications. Today, it's a political problem with a technical component. And this makes it rather different. So what means this governance now? I think today there is a confusion because everything is governance. We have here data governance in today's workshop. We have internet governance. People in the cybersecurity field speak about cyber governance. We have now AI governance. We have ICT governance. We have IoT governance for the Internet of Things. So there's a huge confusion, and what governance you mean? So data, internet, AI, and things like that. So I think more or less this is all the same soup, because this is governance in the digital age. So, and governance in the digital age means you have to have a specific solution governance model for each of the specific issue. There is no one size fits all that you say, this is the governance for the data or this is the governance for AI. You have to identify the problem, what do you want to govern, what is the subject, and then to build the governance model around the system. And this is complicated because in this layered system, you have on the one hand a universal set of norms and principles and codes. The technical layer, this is one world, one internet. But on the application layer, you have 193 national jurisdictions. So we have a problem, 193 sovereign nations, national jurisdictions, but one world. So, and I think this is a challenge, that you have a contradiction and you have to manage the contradiction. You cannot settle this. So that means a settlement would mean the whole world would be ruled only by technical codes. This is an illusion. The other alternative, the whole world would be ruled only by one country. This is also an illusion. So that means you have to find a compromise. And this is the challenge. And to meet these challenges, you need more discussion, more dialogue among all stakeholders. And that's why the Internet Governance Forum is such a wonderful platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Klein Wachter, for your wonderful sharing. Next speaker, let's invite Mr. Shi Jianzhong, Professor and Vice President of China University of Political Science and Law. Please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very delighted to have the opportunity to visit this ancient and magnificent city, Riyadh, to attend the panel with you to discuss the topic that is both cutting edge and challenging, namely data governance on the rule of law. As we know, the mission of law is to adjust social relations by allocating rights, obligations, and responsibility, even liability, among different social entities in order to maintain the security, justice, and efficiencies of these relations. We have entered a digital age. The continuous advancement of ITCI technology is propelling home being in construction of digital economy, digital government, digital society. In the digital age, the subject identities of various social relations are being digitalized and datafied, such as nature firms and government departments. The behavior of various subjects are also being digitalized and datafied, such as individual consumption, digital transaction of firms, and digital government affairs. And the objects are also being digitalized and datafied, such as the digitalization and the datafication of the goods, the services, even equipment. In the digital age, the social relations are also being digitalized and datafied, such as between individuals, between firms, between individual and firms, between individual and governments, between firm and the government departments, and among the government departments, etc. Consequently, in the digital age, the mechanism, tools, and modes by which law adjusts the social relationship must be changed accordingly, which poses a lot of new challenges and opportunities. The challenges brought by digital intelligence technology to the law merely refer to the need for the law to confront unprecedented new issues, such as how to configure the rights related with data, how to ensure data security, how to maintain the data sovereignty, how to make equal use of data resources, how to protect personal privacy, how to protect digital human rights, and how to regulate data processing, including data collection, storage, use, processing, transmission, provision, disclosure, and deletion. The opportunities brought by digital intelligence technology to law are primarily reflected in the fact that the digital intelligence technology can serve as a tool for rule of law, internalized and embedded in the rules of law process in real time, therefore empowering all the aspects of legislation, law enforcement, and justice. Achieving a higher level of scientific legislation, strict law enforcement, and fair justice, while seeing the opportunities that digital intelligence technology brings to the law is a great challenge of itself. So we must acknowledge that in the current era of rapid advancement in the AI, the challenge that the digital intelligence technology poses to the law outweighs the opportunities. Now, we can find an interesting phenomenon that is, on the one hand, digital intelligence technology is creating new legal problems. On the other hand, digital intelligence technology is helping the law to solve the problems. In other words, digital intelligence technology and the data are both objects and tools of the rule of law. This is a special phenomenon that data governance must be aware of. Certainly, it is important to recognize that data we discuss today refers to electronic records of information, that is, electronic data, compared to the other forms of information recording, such as paper-based forms. Electronic data has several unique characteristics, such as technical characteristics of reproducibility, economic characteristic of non-arrival, and legal characteristics of non-exclusivity. We believe that security is the prerequisite for development, and development is a guarantee for security. When it comes to the data governance, it is about both security and development. In other words, in serious security and development, In other words, ensuring security and promoting development are not opposite, and this is no irreconcilable contradiction. As one of the goals of data governance, ensuring security means protecting individual privacy, commercial security, and national security in the processing, developing, and utilizing personal data, corporate data, and the government data. In this regard, the China government has enacted corresponding laws such as cyber security laws, personal information protection law, and data security laws. Mr. Tang Lei has already touched upon this in his speech just now, so I will not elaborate it further. As one of the objectives of the data governance, promoting development entails effectively developing and utilizing personal data, corporate data, and government data, while protecting individual privacy, commercial security, and national security. Promoting development means make use of data and digital intelligence technology to foster technological advancement, economic prosperity, social development, and well-being of the people. For this purpose, Chinese government has also made corresponding provision in many laws, such as the Civil Code. Moreover, it is formulating a number of laws and regulations to facilitate development and utilization of data. For instance, the Chinese government places great emphasis on fair competition in digital economy, specifically stipulating in the anti-monopoly law that undertakings shall not use data and algorithms, technology, capital advantages, and platform rules to engage in monopolistic behavior prohibited by this law. As we know, in every country, the government holds largest amount and the highest quality of data. If effectively developed and utilized, it can empower business developments. To this end, the Chinese government has formulated the regulation on fair competition review in accordance with the anti-monopoly law, which can guarantee fair and more discriminative exploration and utilization of government data by all type of firms. In the processing using data security and promoting development of the digital economy, Chinese law is continuously improving system and mechanism for the governance, while addressing the challenges brought by digital intelligence technology. China is actively using this technology to empower the legal system. For example, China has not only established three specialized internet courts, but also actively employs procedural rules of digital intelligence technology to enable justice. These rules include online mediation rules, online litigation rules, and online court rules, ensuring that the law is implemented more justly, efficiently, and with great integrity. In summary, data governance requires support of law and is inseparably therefore, only organic integration of law and digital intelligence technology can build more scientifically sound and reasonable structure and mechanism for data governance and achieve positive interaction between higher standard data security and higher quality digital economic development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Shi. Now let's turn to online speaker, Mr. Jose Roberto Andrade, immediate past Deputy Consul General, Consulate General of the Federative Republic of Brazil, Shanghai. Please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
It's okay.
Good
Please.
morning. Thank you. Good morning from Brasilia. Zhao Shanhao. It's a pleasure to join this event online from far away, and I'm happy to see many familiar faces. First of all, let me thank the friends and authorities from the Bureau of Internet Laws and the Cyberspace Administration of China, in special Professor Wu Shankuo, with whom we have from Brazil a long time collaboration, but also my fellow speakers and authorities, Mr. Tang Lei, Professor Kleinwester, and Professor Jian Zhong. I would like to introduce to you today some examples of how we in Brazil are working on our internal governance, on the structuring of our data environment, and also how this will serve as a support and also a way for Brazil to contribute to international, to global governance. And I liked very much, as Professor Kleinwester gave the example that, well, we have so many governances, but it's digital age, governance in the digital age, and then we have several different approaches. The examples I will give, I could divide in first, where are we coming from right now, late 2024? What kind of structures we have? And then I would like to speak about, well, the consolidation of our data protection law, the LGPD, and our National Authority of Data Protection. Also, I would like to give an example as a second, number two, of our AI law, which is currently in fast development. And third, our views, our current discussion for data economy policies. So just last month, we completed 4 years of the implementation of Brazil's National Data Protection Authority, ANPD. ANPD is the most robust data authority and instance in Brazil. It was created because of the provisions that we had in LGPD, our national data law, which was approved in 2021, but has a background of discussion since 2018. Well, Brazil, as you know, is one of the 10 biggest economies in the world. Our population is one that spends most hours a day online. We are a leader in terms of users in all platforms, especially now with e-commerce, with a strong connection to Chinese companies as well. So we are a big data producer, but also at the same time, we have in all fields of our country, especially, let's say, in agriculture, in biodiversity, a wealth. I always compare that to the Amazon forest. We have an Amazon forest of data, of wealth. So it's our duty to organize internally and promote development and new internal governance, I would say, but that reflects our values. So one key element that I would say, even before I deep into the 3 examples, all discussions in Brazil are very much permeated by inclusion. So we have private sector, civil society is a strong player in all discussions regarding our data laws and our frameworks, and also the need to have people at the center, the human beings at the center. As Professor Wu Shankuo also said, well-being and development. So inclusion, people, human values at the center, and development and well-being. That is very much the spirit, and we can find many of these provisions at LGPD, as I said, 4 years ago, and now with the National Data Protection Authority. A report, a very extensive report, has just been published. It's available online. but unfortunately, so far only in Portuguese, but I hope very soon in English as well, which gives a full vision of how ANPD, our national authority, has been working. First, in giving guidance and recommendations, and let's say soft norms as well to private sector and data actors. I mean, companies and public institutions and others. So ANPD has been working actively and has already consolidated in line with other exchanges with other legal environments abroad, but has consolidated a robust set of norms and also publications for guidance for our data players or actors. At the same time, we have at the National Data Authority improved the number of people. We are still building the capacity. Currently, ANPD, according to the report, has 150 employees. We still don't have a career of specialized people inside the agency, but the idea is to further professionalize that. And I would say ANPD is our main vehicle for implementation of data policies in Brazil. And also, as one of its reports, we call it international data transfers, or, well, very much like the cross-border data transfer that is at the center of many discussions. So this is the key platform for us to establish international cooperation. At the same time, number two, we have just 5 days ago approved at the Senate. Brazil legislation has two levels, the Senate and the House of Representatives. We have just approved the new project for AI law. This is the result of years of discussion, which, if we see in a timeline, has increasingly absorbed and included new actors, especially civil society. Now, it has had a very strong contribution. One of the key aspects, let me say, is, for example, the use of copyright material for training models. Our artistic and writers associations have been very, very active, and we are working. We don't expect to have a final model. I think right now nobody can expect to have a final model, of course, because the AI environment is a fast changing one. But we do want to have something that reflects our values and is operational. So the AI law will now go to the House of Representatives for further consolidation. There might be some modification, but we expect that in the course of 2025, we will have another tool, another legal framework, together with the data protection law from 2021, that will give more robust legal framework for us internally to organize ourselves, this wealth of data, but also to promote our international cooperation. As a third level that I would like to enhance, our Ministry of Industry, and this is very much connected with all the international collaboration, has already started organizing a future of coming public consultation for a national data economy policy. This is very much aligned with what we see in other countries, of using data, unlocking the power of data, unlocking the value of data to promote, well, economic competitiveness, better products, better business models, but also, as I said in the beginning, oriented, aimed at people-centered development and reflecting values. So this is the very early stage of consultations. We will soon have something published and in the press, but it has been announced already that from the industry part, and this is very important now, especially, I would say, with China as one of our main investors in Brazil, but also the just celebrated Mercosur, our trade bloc in South America, agreement with the European Union for us to attract new business or partnerships. And the data economy policy promises a lot of future, let's say, potential and very good results as well. As well, we have to discuss a lot of, I would say, elements that will serve as base for this data economy development. In China, for example, you have Shanghai Data Exchange and the local data exchanges all over. That is a fantastic example of how data assets can generate value, even being as I saw in Shanghai, data can be declared in the balance sheet of companies. So this is one very good example. We will certainly take into account all international experiences. We aim at have more and more delegations traveling and learning about the experience, not only of China, but also European Union and other partner countries. But I see a very positive horizon. This is, I would say, is more medium and longer term, but a very positive element as well. So in conclusion, I don't want to extend my time, although I think we can have an extensive discussion and very productive. These three elements, the consolidation and strengthening of our national data authority, the coming approval of our AI law, which, I mean, with flexibilities to be adapted, to be in line with what we have to be prepared for, and always people-centered, with a vision of protection of vulnerable groups, rights, promotion and protection of human rights in the digital space, and our coming economic oriented with competitiveness, national data economy policy. I think these three levels can give a very good vision of how Brazil is moving. Of course, as a diplomat, to conclude, I would say Brazil is very active, has been very active, and will continue to be very active in engaging to promote an organized order that we have to build in collaboration, government to government, government within international organizations. And I congratulate all of you for organizing and participating on events like this, where we have the opportunity to exchange and share, and including other key stakeholders like civil society and private sector. Thank you very much, and I look forward to participate further in the discussions and benefit from this event. Thank you. 谢谢你。
Many thanks for Mr. Jose, which provides us with a new perspective. Thanks again for all speakers of the first session. Next is the second session of roundtable discussion. Now let's welcome Mr. Daniel Sun, Director of Center for Technology, Robotics, Artificial Intelligence and Law Studies, National University of Singapore. Please.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank Professor Wu from the Beijing Normal University for this very kind invitation, as well as the UN Internet Governance Forum and the Cyberspace Administration of China. It is a privilege to share with you Singapore's approach towards internet governance. And in fact, as you will hear from my presentation later, it is a fast evolving one that is also adapting to the vicissitudes of the recent users of the internet and the problems that it poses. I propose to start by first outlining some basic principles that set the stage for the approach to the governance of the internet in Singapore. First, Singapore is an open society. We have done our growth, trade, finance, multiculturalism, and multilateralism. And in fact, Singapore is one of the most connected countries in the world. 93.2% of our residents have broadband, and up to 166% of our population have mobile phones. I was really puzzled by this number until I realized that there are 6 phones amongst the 4 family members that I have. So this statistic is indeed true. Furthermore, we have been a firm believer in the free and open access to information, which we believe are key to education, research, and innovation. So one of the underlying premises behind our concepts towards internet governance is that fundamentally don't believe in the monitoring of user access to information. But at the same time, there has to be some minimal light touch across the board content regulation approach that has to be adopted for all information that is accessible in Singapore. So since 1996, we have regulated content providers via something called an Internet Code of Practice. The way the Internet Code of Practice works is that it defines a category known as prohibited materials. These are materials defined to be contrary to public interest, public morality, public order, public security, and national harmony, or prohibited by applicable Singapore laws in Singapore's multicultural society. As you can see, the focus is on the fact that as a multicultural society, we have to take steps, sometimes serious ones, to ensure that our multicultural society is stable and is not disturbed. So some of the factors taken into account in prohibiting material that can be accessed in Singapore include pornography, materials pertaining to sexual violence, materials pertaining to extreme violence or cruelty, and materials that tend to incite ethnic, racial, or religious hatred, strife, or intolerance. Having given ourselves a very broad definition of prohibited materials, in practice, our internet service providers only restrict access to about 200 mass impact websites and prevent these websites from being accessed in Singapore. From our research, most of these prohibited websites are pornographic in nature, and others pertain to content that are harmful to Singapore's racial or religious harmony or against national interests. As far as our internet content providers are concerned, we encourage them to exhibit or exercise self-regulation by not hosting fora and programs that contain prohibited material, and where the content pertains to news websites and political websites, we require these websites to be registered. So as you can see, the level of internet regulation for these internet content websites is largely minimal. That was until recently. In 2022, we discovered that there is a growing phenomenon where the internet websites are blurred in their usage, in that we can have online communication service providers that also provide content which are done essentially via point-to-point and point-to-multipoint communications. If I describe to you social media services for communications, such as those done by Facebook, TikTok, X, and YouTube, you will understand what I mean. Because many of these platforms are designed to actually communicate from individual to individual, sometimes harmful and inappropriate content. To deal with this situation, we passed a new law in 2022 called the Online Safety Miscellaneous Amendments Act to address this category of harmful and inappropriate content, which we define to include sexual content, violent content, suicide and self-harm content, cyberbullying content, content endangering public health, and content facilitating vice and organized crimes. These platforms that I just discussed under our new laws are required to establish content rules and employ content moderation to filter out such content especially protect children from accessing such content. Users are also empowered to report the availability of such content to the authorities, and these websites are required to publish their annual online safety reports to show that they are compliant with laws. The COVID incident at the turn of the decade has given rise to a new phenomenon called online falsehoods. And to deal with this particular problem, we had to enact one particular piece of legislation to deal with this. And this is where there are online falsehoods that contain false statements of fact or misleading information that have a tendency from a public interest perspective to affect public health, safety, tranquility, public confidence, public finances, preventing ill will between different groups, preventing the influence on elections, the security of Singapore, and relations with other countries. This piece of legislation that we enacted, called the Protection from Online Falsehoods and Manipulation Act of 2019, or POFMA in short, is designed to allow the government to respond by issuing what are known as correction notices to counteract these posts. Companies that host these posts are required to also post the Singapore government's correction notices to counteract the falsehoods that are contained in these posts. The advantages of such a mechanism are that because we do not go through the courts, but go through a government system, the response of the government can be very fast, sometimes within a matter of hours or days, and they're designed really to combat serious falsehoods, such as falsehoods arising from the COVID-19 incident and various other falsehoods claimed against government ministers, institutions, and policies. You can find a vast majority of these correction notices targeted at Facebook content posted by users. In another recent initiative in this regard, we have enacted 2 additional pieces of laws to deal with the issue of harassment and online crimes. I'll focus on the Online Criminal Harms Act of 2023, where in essence, we enacted this new piece of law to deal with online child sex exploitation, job investment product scams, and phishing attempts. Under this new law, directions can be issued by the government authorities to various online service providers where there is a reasonable suspicion that there is some kind of online activity perpetuated on the online service providers' services or content in furtherance of a commission of an offense. So for instance, if there is a post page that is used for phishing or other types of scams, the authorities can issue orders to the online service providers to block the content, to disable the content, or to prevent the content from being accessed by people in Singapore. Last but not least, on the issue of personal information and cybersecurity, we have, as many other countries in the world, a Personal Data Protection Act that seeks to regulate the collection, use, and disclosure of personal data by organizations, and it recognizes the rights of individuals to protect their personal data, especially in the online environment. The Act also regulates the cross-border data flows that will pertain to Singapore as a trading hub and exchange of data between Singapore and other countries in the world, as well as a Cybersecurity Act that is designed to preemptively prevent, manage, and respond to cybersecurity threats and incidents, and by also regulating owners of critical information infrastructure. So in conclusion, Singapore's experiences in this regard have been largely as a result of our experiences from initially starting with a minimal platform for regulating content online by way of prohibited materials, but as online platforms develop and evolve into communications platforms to enable private individuals to communicate, we have to expand our concept of regulation to include harmful and inappropriate content, such as content that promotes suicide and self-harm or cyberbullying, to ensure that our masses are protected. At the same time, we have to update our laws to deal with online falsehoods and also to protect personal data and cybersecurity. But amongst all these regulations that are put in place, it is still very important for the government to put in place various public education measures to educate the public on both the advantages and disadvantages of accessing information online, and to teach its population to be discerning in its proper use. So on that note, thank you very much, and I look forward to the opportunity to hear from the other speakers and of course to learn about developments around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Daniel, for your wonderful words. Now I give the floor to the next speaker, Mr. He Bo, Director of Research Center for Internet Law, China Academy of Information and Communication Technology. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm He Bo from China Academy of Information and Communication Technology. Thanks for the invitation of Cyberspace Administration of China. It's so delighted to participate in today's discussion. Just now, we have several professors mentioned that we should find out the specific issues of data governance. So today, I would like to discuss the design of legal system for data governance in the era of artificial intelligence. As we know, with the fast development of the wide application of AI technology, data has become the most important factor. When we come into the era of large language model, which also called LLM, the development of AI is shifting from being model-centric to data-centric, and data resources have become the most core and fundamental elements in the development of AI. In order to promote the health development of AI, it is particularly important to build a more suitable ecosystem. However, the breakthrough development of AI technology, especially we know the AIGC, has posed a huge demand for high-quality data. But the existing data governance rules and regulations have not been adjusted in time, which leading to issues such as data being unusable and difficult to use, have restricted the development of the AI technology and the industry. Facing the development needs of the new generation of AI, we should promote, adjust, and improve the relevant legal rules. Firstly, it is necessary to improve the data security rules to resolve the problem of data being unusable. During the fast development of AI, the legal use of data has become an issue that urgently needs to be resolved. Laws and regulations around the world, just now a professor from Singapore also mentioned that many laws have made clear provisions regarding data security protection, data collection, and data use. For instance, many laws prohibit any individuals or organizations from engaging in activities that endanger cybersecurity, such as stealing data online. The GDPR of EU, among others, also has clearly defined the legal basis for processing personal data. However, with the rapid development of AI technology, issues such as the lawful use of public available personal information have become a very important question. But the relevant rules have not been adjusted at the same time, which leads the LM may face the legal problems with and using data. For example, it is still unclear whether we're using public available personal information as a training data for LLM is legal or not. Therefore, it is recommended to further improve the system for the reasonable use of data. The mere clarifying whether it is legal to use public personal information as training data, formulating rules, standards, and guidelines for personal information protection issues in different stages, such as the training, generation, and application of the large language models. Secondly, it is essential to establish the comprehensive rules for data sharing and circulation to resolve the use of data being insufficient. Only when data circulates can value be created. And it is also an important way for the LM companies to get data. Data sharing and circulation are the key to unlocking the value of data. However, at present, we can see there are still problems in aspects such as data sharing, data training, and data openness. For example, there is a lack of effective incentive mechanism for data sharing among companies, which limits the ability of the small companies to access data. Many leading AI companies, they are also the traditional large internet company or the big platform companies. They have collected a large amount of data resources through their existing internet service and use their own data to train models. Thereby, they can forming a competitive advantage in their development. But some LM companies restrict other small companies from accessing and using their data, which may become a barrier for startup companies and small companies. To solve this issue of insufficient data resources, it is recommended to strengthen the policy guidance, encourage and support leading companies to open and share the valuable data. Meanwhile, it is also recommended to open and share valuable data. Thirdly, improve the quality management rules to resolve the problem of data being inefficient. Data quality directly determines the development level of AI, and high-quality data is the core for improving the accuracy, stability, and interoperability of models. High-quality datasets can help large AI models gain a deeper understanding of different concepts, semantics, and grammatic structures, which can significantly enhance the value of large models. Currently, the requirement for data quality management mainly focus on industry soft norms, while the relevant laws and regulations doesn't have much provision on data quality. To some extent, this has affected the equality and the efficiency of the training of the large language models. Therefore, it is recommended to build and improve the rules for the quality management of training data, formulate data quality management standards, and refrain the specific requirement for training data in terms of accuracy, objectivity, and diversity. That's all my speech. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. He. Now let's turn to Mr. Zhao Jingwu as Associate Professor at Law School of Beihang University. Please.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. It's my honor to have the opportunity to give a little speech here. I'm Zhao Jingwu from Beihang University. What I would like to talk today is a small question. It's how to ensuring the security of cross-border data flow through the legal instruments. Well, cross-border data flows is not just a matter of domestic data security regulation and the commercial utilizations. So, but it's also complex issues that affect the promotion of global digital economy. Well, in recent years, we can see that more and more countries, religions, and international organizations, well, including China, have tried to explore the safe and the trustworthy model for cross-border data flow through domestic legislations. So, however, at the same time, there are also many controversies need to be solved urgently. In this context, China has development the promoting of governance path of cross-border data flows. However, there is a misleading in the international governance activities, which is to encourage the cross-border data flow without restriction. Perhaps their original intention was to achieve a bordered and more efficiency data flow effect. But the key is they fail to understand the relationship between the security and the data flows. It's worth mentioning that in the Article 1 of data security law in China, the governance idea of data is to ensure data security and promoting data development and utilization. Well, in summary, it means that we should pay equal attention to the safety and the utilizations. So we agree that blindly pursues cross-border data flows without paying attention to the data security not only fail to realize the exchange value of data, but also it greatly security risks such as data linkage and theft. These kind of situations may happen in the future. So in the international communities, there is also a view that China follows the data controlism path, which essentially politicalize the issues of the data securities. That is because we don't have a unified standard for the international cross-border data flows around the world. While mutualization corporations always have to comply with the different domestic laws and the international agreements. So there is no denying that the international data security and the personal privacy are generally recognized the first and the priority premise for the cross-border data flows. So furthermore, across the global, we can see that there is no country allowed cross-border data flow without any conditions. So, and most countries, domestic law put data security or national security at the first and the important part. So what I want to emphasize is China's insistence on the open and comprehensive governance model for cross-border data flows is not an empty word. China domestic law has clearly defined 4 categories of rules for the cross-border data flows, which including security assignment of outbound data transfer, standard contract for the cross-border transfer of personal information, and the third-party security certifications and special rules for the personal and other species of special areas. So all above these rules are supported by the comprehensive law and regulations. So in March 2024, China issued the regulation on promoting and regulating cross-border data flows. This purpose is to formulating the regulation. It further clarifies the applicable laws in the processing of cross-border data flows, and further it's mentioned how to promote the orders of free flows on the data. Regulating cross-border data flows, and we such as a lot of conditions were considered in this area. So we consider the international trade, cross-border transportation, and academic cooperations, and others like manufacturing and areas. So China also released the Global Data Cross-border Flows Cooperation Controversy this year. So this document clarifies China's position and how to some more useful solution to solve this kind of problems. So in order to truly and efficiently resolve the institutional conflicts, we have enhanced the trustworthiness and the confidence multi-parties in carrying out international data cooperations. So China's supervision system for the cross-border data flows is not just an empty word, and it's not just simply to restrict data expert, but we can see that it is also trying to make a better protect and promoting data area experts. So China legislation has established a diverse channel for cross-border data flows, just as I mentioned before. It's not just only try to catering the market demands of a value industry and enterprise. So finally, I hope we can reach a consensus that in the future that the governance of cross-border data flow cannot ignore the data security, nor can we set too many restrictions for securities. So this concept for the security and the utilizations is in China data governance system is both two important parts. So I think in the future we will find a wisdom and approaching way to solve the problem of cross-border data flows. That is all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zhao, for your wonderful insights sharing. Now I give the floor to next speaker, Mr. Gao Huandong, Vice President of Lenovo Group. Please.
Thank you, Professor Wu. Distinguished fellow speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Gao Huandong from Lenovo Group. It's my great pleasure and honor to participate in this forum with the theme on legalization of data governance. The year of 2024 marks the 10th anniversary of Chinese President Xi's proposal for the strategy of building China as a great cyber state. Looking back over the past decade, the internet and the digital economy has flourished and become an important engine on social progress and economic development, both in China and around the world. We have realized that the high-quality data governance is essential to the high-quality development of the digital economy, and compliance is the foundation of data governance. Therefore, Lenovo Group has made tremendous efforts in data security and privacy protection over the last few years. Today, I would like to quickly share Lenovo's practice in data security and privacy protection in China for further discussion with experts presented today. Lenovo China's data security and privacy governance framework basically consists of 5 building blocks. One is governance structure. The second is process and guidelines. And the third is key work streams. And the fourth is how we use technology to safeguard data security and privacy. And the fifth is culture awareness and internal education. This framework is in line with Lenovo's strategy, Smart AI for All, and reflect our mission in data security and privacy governance, security for the future. Our first building block is so-called governance structure. Why? Simply because data security and privacy protection for a company like us has more than 1,000 systems. It's an astonishing and a giant project. How to deal with this resources issue? We set up a Lenovo China Data Security and Privacy Protection Committee as a virtual team since the end of 2021 under the leadership of Lenovo China Security Committee. This virtual team has 3 standing sub-committees, namely Data Security Team, Privacy Compliance Team, and the Data Cross-Border Transfer Team for collective decision-making, and another one ad hoc emergency response team forming this so-called 3+1 structure. The committee has adopted its bylaw, and all of our operational activities are strictly in compliance with the bylaw. And the committee normally has a bi-monthly committee to discuss important issues and drive collective efforts for critical projects. Key to success of this committee is the cross-functional collaboration. Up to now, the committee has more than 200 representatives or focals, serving as ambassadors of more than 40 internal business units and functions. The committee also trained over more than 100 data compliance specialists as the frontline compliance team. And the committee has been coordinating and working closely with Lenovo China ESG Committee and AI Compliance Committee, both of which I'm also driving in Lenovo China. Let's move to the second building block, process and guidelines. Based on national legislation, administrative regulations, and the Lenovo Group policies, our committee has drafted and issued more than 40 guidelines and playbooks covering 8 practical areas. For example, data cross-border transfer, data categorization and classification, and AI compliance, etc. The guidelines and playbooks helped us to implement detailed rules in routine data security and privacy protection, governance on daily basis. Our third building block is about 5 work streams of the committee, which we normally roll out annually. The first 3 are initiated at the forefront and will be deep dived continuously. Among these 3 work streams, data inventory mapping is the cornerstone, and the data cross-border transfer is the key challenge. Privacy protection is always our top priority. At the same time, we are exploring and navigating another 2 new work streams. One is AI data security governance, and the other is how to utilize data as an asset. These 2 issues are also very hot topics in this forum. The fourth building block of our data security and privacy protection governance is how to use technology to safeguard data and privacy efficiently. I only take one example, the AI guardrail tool developed by Lenovo. This picture illustrates how this tool works in large language model scenario. In enterprise privacy domain, the guardrail can identify more than 17 types of personal identifiable information and sensitive personal information. In order to block them from inputting to the large language model and protect our customers' privacy. This tool can also realize the identification and the rejection of data on the basis of self-defined keywords. Last but not least is the cultural awareness and the internal education. Lenovo has established a training program of data compliance specialists, all of whom come from the business team. The training program is a closed loop with 4 steps. The committee will train more than 100 specialists by providing a series of professional courses on data security governance and the 5 work streams of the committee. Then the specialists practice relevant rules in their daily work while they have learned in step 1. Then the committee will randomly check and inspect what they have implemented in practice and provide improvement advice. The last step is to recognize and award those specialists who contribute significant to the committee. So, what I just mentioned is the primary governance framework and the practice of Lenovo China data security and privacy protection. Again, we as a China-based multinational company and a leading technology company are very honored to have this opportunity to share our thoughts and practice on data security and privacy governance under our AI for All strategy. A company's internal data governance should be strictly in compliance with rule of laws, both in China and other jurisdictions, to ensure the products and services we provided are secure, reliable, and trustable. We have been learning from international advanced data governance experiences and the best practice on one hand, and on the other hand, we will continue striving for a more rule of law approach, thereby contributing to the healthy and sustainable development of the global digital economy. That's all, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Gao. Now let's turn to Mr. Li Wen, Vice President of ZTE Corporation, please.
Thanks, host, Professor Wu. Okay. Distinguished guest and expert, good afternoon. I am Li Wen from ZTE Corporation. It is a great pleasure to share with you the practice and exploration of ZTE's data compliance governance at this meeting. Thank you for your trust and support. You know, in the last few years, the new generation of information technology, such as cloud computing, big data, and AI, have promoted and integrated each other. And fields like smart cities, smart transportation, and smart medical care have developed rapidly. And the human society is moving towards a better future of digital intelligence. As the global leading provider of comprehensive communication solutions since 1985 and serving customers more than 160 countries and regions worldwide, ZTE will always adhere to its vision to enable connectivity and trust everywhere. In 2016, ZTE had launched a comprehensive digital intelligence transformation from process-driven to data-driven, and we are dedicated to build an ultimate cloudified company with fully cloud-based, intelligent, and lightweight workflow. Releasing the value of data is the key element of corporate innovation, development, and management in the digital intelligence era. But the premise is to ensure the data security and compliance. After the effective of GDPR in EU in 2018, more than 160 countries or regions in the world have formulated data protection laws and regulations. And China has also established the data protection legal framework with the 3 laws of the cybersecurity law, the data security law, and the personal information protection law at the core. Against this background, ZTE attached great importance Against this background, ZTE attaches great importance to data security and privacy protection, strictly abide by the relevant laws and regulations, and continuous implement data compliance governance, and devote to forming a virtuous cycle of value creation for compliance. The construction of ZTE's data compliance governance system follows the risk-oriented methodology. It is based on management commitment, staffing, and organizational structure, and is carried out in 6 aspects, including the establishment of system and rules, risk monitoring, risk assessment, personnel training, security audits, and incident response to ensure data compliance of business activities. For example, as we know, cross-border data transfer is a high-risk data processing activities. ZTE is one of the first batch of the companies in China to apply for data export security assessment in accordance with the relevant national requirement. And in early this year, 2024, we obtained the approval from the Cyberspace Administration of China for the export of the reported personal information. ZTE has conducted a special audit on the implementation of its signed data transfer contract to evaluate and verify the effectiveness of the company's cross-border data compliance program. In order to further improve the efficiency and the quality of data compliance management, ZTE has developed a data compliance system which integrated the Privacy Center APP, privacy compliance scanning, data protection impact assessment, the data leakage response, and so on. This data compliance system can display the data compliance management in real time and dynamically, and realize the data compliance management digitization, and also to provide a practical basis for the data intelligence transformation of companies' compliance management. ZTE continues to pay attention to authoritative certification for data security and personal information protection. Currently, our related product and service had been certified by ISO IEC 27701, 2019's Privacy Information Management System, European e-privacy, and US Justice certification, which indicate that ZTE has reached the international advanced level in privacy protection, technology, and management ability, and is able to help global customers enter the area of digital intelligence more comfortable. You know, in recent years, China had stepped up its efforts to cultivate and build the market of data element, which put forward high requirement for the data compliance management of enterprise. And it is necessary for enterprise to adjust the strategy and the key point of the data compliance management dynamically according to the change of legislation, policy, and business development. On the one hand, enterprise still need to perfect its data compliance management system continuously. On the other hand, also need to pay more attention to the new data compliance challenge that face in the digital intelligence area, such as AI training, data security compliance, algorithm governance, data transaction compliance, data competition compliance, and so on. 2024 is the year of the deepening development of China's digital economy, and also a year for ZTE's data compliance governance to move forward steadily. In the coming 2025, ZTE will stick to its role as the driver of digital economy, fully promote the deep integration of data intelligence business development and data compliance, create value by compliance, and contribute wisdom to a better digital intelligence society. The above is my sharing today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. thank all the speakers of this Day Zero event. This is not the final session. This is the beginning, and I think we can have more possibility and more chance to deepen our insights sharing in the next steps, not only for the legal system but also for the so-called legal ecology. So thank all of you, and today we stop here. See you next time. Thank you.
哦，好呀。行。
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.